Hello there, YouTube. We're definitely not 30 minutes into our video. Welcome. We're doing gestures. Thank you so much, Ripsky TV, for asking the question, which was random question: do you normally multi-stream on YouTube, or do you upload the stream after? I've been wanting to stream my progress as well, but I can't figure out this multi-stream thing. So I multi-stream because I can't be bothered anymore to take the time to do the upload, do any editing. It takes a significant amount of time away. That's not my goal. Isn't to make fantastic YouTube art, YouTube videos. My goal, of course, is to just learn and hold some accountability for myself. So we set up what's known, and I'll let this pose go for now. Atom Multistream was my solution. And I set it up on OBS, so I'm using OBS Studios. There are some other solutions out there. This one requires more of my own personal computer power, so it needs, I'm streaming twice. My computer itself is streaming into Twitch and then streaming into YouTube independently, right? So it's two times the processing power. Since I'm drawing and not playing video games, that's not terrible. If I was pushing the limits of my computer with, the latest game, we might have another issue. The other services out there, if you Google them, they'll tell you how to do it. But other services will have you stream to them, to their machine, and then they rebroadcast it to all the locations you want it to rebroadcast to. But they add like watermarks and stuff. Some of them are paid, and the ones that are free are they don't feel worth it. So I just did it myself. Now, that being said, I got to remember to hit a button, which we didn't do. I have been not hitting the button when I go live for Twitch recently, because I don't want to have a 5-minute intro video where there's just a stream starting on YouTube. But that's what we have. But then we forget. So those again who are joining, you missed the intro. Not a big deal. We're doing gesture today, starting with 5-minute poses, spending a little bit of time on them. We probably should break it down to faster poses, but I certainly find myself not happy with the 1 minute, but that's why I should do it, right? All right, we'll do a couple more 5 minutes. Maybe we'll go back down to 1 minute. I want to spend some time on this. This is the art veggies. I forget where I got that phrase from, but it's eat your veggies. Oh no, I don't want to draw. I don't want to get rid of all that. Eating our art veggies, doing our work. 115. All right, let's get the next picture. Get a good enough circle. Find the line. It is more straight on. Let's do something like that. Cross for the eyes. There's so many lines here. I really want to. In fact, here. I really want to be more sure about my lines, so let's just pick a line. Good enough for government work. Let's see if our lines equality increases, because we're forcing that on ourselves. Line of action here. It's not straight. This feels wrong. Just the slightest curve. We've got a shoulder kind of holding the stand. This could be anything. Almost looks like a medical, like a IV. Stand. That feels small. That feels massive, but let's go with that. Let's find this box. We've got a huge, it's like the side of the torso here. Alright, so we've actually got a shoulder, box. Let's, if we box this out, I gotta think about the box. We think about the angle of the pelvis. I think this fits. This fits our gesture. There's a hunch, but maybe not this big. So like comes down. Again, lots of scratching lines, and it's a bad habit of uncertainty and all the fun stuff. So maybe we just get the impressions of that line first, and coming from the other side. See, that helps. If we just get these straight lines down, I feel like I can now there is a twist in the body, so the rib cage, we see it, it's like here, comes down. Line is more or less there. The other arm extends past here, wraps over to the other side, so there's a pole here. And we have a thumb, and then we've wrapped the fingers this way. How many minutes? So I'm 50. Every time I look up, we got about 50. This is knuckles, fingers, comes down just a bit. The shoulder actually leans in the face a bit like this. All right, next photo. Right, we know how to shrink all this. Buttons, hotkeys. Use the hotkeys. What's one thing I've been, talking to friends about is getting used to all these hotkeys. It's just a matter of making myself use them. Well, that's a fun pose. Sorry, so quick sketch. Line of action, very much like nearly straight. The neck comes down. We've got round torso, slightly rounded pelvis. Extends up a bit. His shoulder comes out, elbow up. Fingers are splayed out in this hand, kind of like this. We're not focusing on fingers right now, but for some reason I'm focusing on fingers. This other shoulder hides a bit behind the torso. We've got the stretch going on here. We've got again, this rib cage is just super visible. Just huge hand stretch, like this backhand comes back behind and comes back out here. Let's envelope this for now, best we can. There's some splaying of the fingers here too. And we're definitely too short that way. Let's see where we end up. This cross-legged position. Someone goes behind. You can see the knee is slightly behind it. Bam. All right. Where are we screwed up the most? Hand size? Head size? Width? There's way more width here. We don't do this often. We should think about how we do this and when we do it. We just widen our artwork for ourselves. I don't. So like this shoulder definitely comes out. This one in. I think what we've ended up with is the circle's more up here, like we drew the egg shape for ourselves. Let's do the. That looks like she's looking up in my art, but it's not where she's at in the photo. She's kind of looking straight on. This hand, really, I mean, not even foreshortened. Like this should goes all the way up. I think I made it a little shorter than. It should be. This has got to be center. This follows the center line here. So, got this nice V. Real easy to extrapolate. Got the knee. In here, we got about 30 seconds. We're a little short here too, so something to work on. A little short, a little thick, little short, little thick. Proportions are crazy. We're getting there. We won't beat ourselves up too much. I think is something I have to keep telling myself, because you sit there and you draw something and your head is just going, that's shit. It looks like shit. You should feel bad. Nah, man. It looks like a beginner. It looks like you're learning. And if you don't work through that feeling, if I don't work through that feeling, I'm never going to get better. This face, we're looking at it from straight above, you know, which is a pose, the shape of the head I had last week on stream. It's a nice challenge. So you want that line. We're gonna see, you know, like the nostrils. Some hair up there. We'll deal with that at some point. Oh, we don't need to be hashing shading. We gotta get a line. All right, so the line, the head's like off center of the line. The line itself ends up being like this, where we've got this. We see the bottom of the torso, and the top of it. Rib cage, like that is the rib cage. Shoulder, another shoulder behind. got another top, bottom, down view of the pelvis. Trying to think about how I want to represent that. The angle here is sharp. We get like the elbow that comes down to here, and then we only see the hand. Maybe even a finger that wraps around there. This one, this elbow comes up, foreshortened down. Then we get this very artistic looking pose. We can give ourselves what's going away from us. Do those lines. Then it's coming back at us. Like that's a rough. I mean, I'm drawing it almost straight on. There's places it looks like I'm drawing straight on, and I'm intending to draw it. We got a belly button here. I intend to draw it at the angle, but I do not have that perspective in me right now. What about this one? If we come over here and say it's going away from us sharply. All right, do we get a good angle there? Head shape. It's squished in multiple directions too, and there's a lot of hair covering key features, but we can put those in. Or we feel like they might fit in. What do we have? Like a sternum that comes down. Yeah, I mean, aside from this tiny arm over here, we can easily build this out. Give it some depth, but now it's a caveman. Caveman eyeballs. That nose might be a little high. There, the art pieces moved. We're adding detail now. Oh well, next. Parts about that I really like that came through. Parts I'm gonna work on, and I'm just gonna be kinder to myself about it. Oh, that's a pose. Hello there, Welsh Tiger. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Oh, we're doing more or less 5-minute poses, but I've just let myself I've just let myself skip a minute and a half, apparently. It's alright. Okay, so this one, interesting pose. Trying to draw the face shape. I guess from that angle, we're looking down on the head. Alright, we don't need to start drawing detail. Alright, so, just gesture. Probably. Alright, we've got a foreshortened, like a weird angle on the front of the torso. Like if this is the front of the torso, definitely twisting. Guess I gotta go the same way. The torso doesn't twist itself, so let's give it that property. It's the twisting that happens because of the relationship of the torso and the pelvis. I'm going to reiterate right now, before anybody gets any ideas. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking to myself as I try to solve a problem. So don't take anything I say as, well, fact. We are, to the best of our understanding right now, handling this. That's a weird box to put there. Alright, let's continue to try to find this gesture. Say gesture, let's get the pose. Yeah, 4 fingers. Splayed out, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a shoulder there, and we've got another shoulder here. This elbow comes up behind and then down. So we've got this pose here. A lot of foreshortening happening. How do we represent? So first, we've got this muscle, this leg. Does that help us decipher anything? Well, there's a huge muscle we're putting down. Let me shrink that up a bit. You can see the line of action, the front of the chest meets with... Alright, we're good. Get away from that one. You know, don't beat ourselves up. Didn't mean to rotate it, but that's where it exists now, in a state of rotation. Alright, this one. Kind of straight on. So, quickly... and maybe without as many scratching lines. We kind of have this. From there, then the intention here is there's no line of action, from the front at least. And it is a torso, a pelvis, slightly bigger than the torso. Shoulders are outstretched. Shoulders and arms are outstretched. And they're outstretched slightly down, slightly up. Holding a piece of cloth. And they look the same on both sides. Same-ish. We've got probably the hardest part of the photo that's going to be to depict is the knees are in front. Let's give them little octagons here. No picture. Probably, I'm leaning a bit on it. So let's give ourselves a straight line, which might be a weakness of mine we were identifying right with that. Alright, so the outline comes in from here, from like the shoulder, and then comes out again to the knee. Those lines aren't so far apart. They do meet above the groin though, and that's a little low. Kind of drawing what I feel, not what I see here, aren't I? Because there's a lot of little curves in here. Let's place belly button. Maybe bring those out a bit. And I mean, there's just a little bit of leg visible on each side. Let's erase some lines. There we go. And it's just like little extension here between the shoulder and the arm. I'm getting used to seeing and spotting. I think I'm on the edge of maybe, well, needing to finish the 4 different figure courses I'm taking. Got so many classes right now. I'm in the middle of way too many of them. Yeah, eyeballs or something. All right. Way too many classes, if I'm being quite frank. Hey, thank you, Okar. Hello and good morning. Oh, okay, so this one's actually a perspective of the head that I'm gonna think through. Because what I have is a chin, like here. And we're looking at the underside of a neck, which, you know, just definitely a shape of the head I am so used to. What even is that? We're just going. We're gonna go. As you say, begging out those poses. Let's hit a circle for this torso. Let's get the line of action. Gives us, I mean, this part of the torso way up front. very visible. Wait, shit, here. What's the quick? Can I put out the quick pose? And then, like, I can't even tell what's happening back with the right hand. It's out doing things. All right, let's break these down with boxes. Head, whatever it's doing is this way. Like the eyes aren't visible, the chin's not visible, the side of the head, back of the head, bottom of the chin, bottom of the chin of a neck that's extending out, an ear that's like over here. Anyway, I said we're gonna do this with boxes. Except, well, we can see the bottom of the rib cage. Not quite that angle though. I think this whole thing needs to be rotated that way. But let's continue because we've got a minute left. And then this one twists. So this is now the front of the pelvis. This gives us a short, foreshortened. Nope, not that way. Knee. Then goes backwards. Another leg. Over. Down. Foreshortened, but the opposite way. We're going to pause the timer. We won't let this one completely beat us. We won't spend forever on it, but... And then he just goes behind. We've got, in fact, here, let's undo that. I'm not even sure that was the right answer. We've got this line here that comes around over, and the whole torso feels like it's sitting up, but they're not, and that's because why? We have an easy line here. Bop. Bop. Does that help? Does adding the breast in give me a landmark? The rib cage. It comes back to the shoulder, which then goes, jeez. Which again does this weird bottom of the head egg shape. Oh. Next. Okay, this one's not much easier, but let's see what we get told. At least we've got a circle. We've got this almost spot on jaw. Cartoon this one a bit because it just started to come out that way. It's actually, yeah, our eye line is more like that. Big head for some reason. We're doodling. All right. So the big motions here are, well, we have this kind of scrunched up body. There's a hand that comes up on a knee, and another one that comes up over top of that one on a knee. The knee itself. Front and center of the photo. Some ankles and a foot. The angle of which what we have back here, we outline the arm. The shoulder is like the whole frame here, almost on both sides. We do have this other leg that comes out. Bit of the body is scrunched up. Some facial features. A little bit of hair sweeps around. Probably a little bit more up. I don't know. We haven't spent a lot of time on that feature. We are just trying things. We got a few minutes at the end of, some poses. Figure we would mess around. Let ourselves get away with, like, the top half feels like it tells the, like, most of this I like. There's parts that I think are less clear, like down here. But, oh. There's also some, this isn't a straight on face. This is a slightly turned face. Slightly, ever so slightly, not even 22 degrees. All right. So we get just to start with the circle. And this face looking off to the side and away. We've got that brow line. What do we have? We have a line of action like this. Like twisting my whole body to draw up the right angle, and that's not necessarily the answer. It's not coming at the camera as much as the size of the hand seems to indicate. In fact, the other hand is behind the body, which makes me realize the body's a bit more vertical than that. Like, maybe like that. Its neck, chin is into the shoulder. We've got this rib cage here, connection to the shoulder. This is the pinched portion. We got a stretch over to the hips. Let's draw the major limbs. Right above the ribs. Some major landmarks. Let's draw a little bit of the spheres, cylinders. See if we can't get the right of the direction here. I think this one's a little straight on. Just oh so cylindrical. Looking at the top. If I focus on negative space, you can see a hand in there somewhere. Again, that shoulder up and over. There's a connection here. What do we do with the hips? We have a knee. That's a little longer than I'm giving it credit for in the picture. So we're going to move the ankle a bit. How much time? 30 seconds. Some negative space here that I think I want to respect. Which of course means, I mean, I say that means there's more here, but this is very, very much coming at the camera, and this is a little bit coming at the camera. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright. Let's see. Nope, 100%, 100%. Alright, so this one, looking down. And the only way I know to tell that the downward looking is like to put a nose here. There's a line of action, just barely. Like we're looking down and our shoulders are like up here. There's 1, 2. If we give ourselves a box. That's a wide. We've made that a very wide box. The shoulders aren't that far from the head. Let's do a correction. I mean, shoulders are like here and here. The width of the box though is twice the width of the head. So let's say like that. Because the width of the head doesn't change. Well, depending on the angle. So since we're looking down, we're kind of looking at the top of the shoulders. Anywhere touching this corner. We have the pelvis is lined up on the left, extended on the right. And line of action comes this way. We are messing with some weird proportions here, and I think it starts with the head circle. Because I want to draw it, I feel like I want to draw it in like this, and then over like this. And so we're going to go with that feeling. We're going to get rid of some excess lines. We're gonna let the feeling prevail this time. And we're like halfway through our time, so. There is a bunch of cloth in the way. That is this pose we've seen a few times. Similar poses, at least. The legs kind of collapse in. I think we generally, nope, wrong button. Generally want to enlarge the torso. That feels better already. Just to keep the proportions in line. We have some seconds left. I don't want the pencil, I think. I can't see most of this, so we're kind of at a loss for the shape. We got the hair, you know, on the top. Anyway. Oh. Lean back, take a coffee sip. Move our mouse over to an idle game that's going in the background. Let this pose go. We're gonna need some more coffee, I think. More coffee. Yeah, we'll be back, guys. We'll be back. Okie dokie. Let's get a little bit dangerous with our caffeine drink. Dangerous. We're gonna have some C4, which is not sponsored. Just saying the thing out loud. Whew. I don't know why energy drinks. I know they have kicks. They kick hard. It's a shocking flavor. Wakes me up. Wakes you up twice per sip and caffeine. Okay, so weird poses. Next up. Awesome. Okay, so let's start with our circle. Right in here, we get a eye line. I guess the brow line. Right there. And we're gonna try to stop scratching our stuff. Hey, thanks, Ripsky. It's we're getting there. We're feeling a little better with each one, right? And not even with each one. Some of these are blasphemous. So bad. I gotta be kinder to myself. Gotta keep saying that. Be kinder to yourself. It's tough. It's very tough. So these are the shoulders. And it's because he's facing... I mean, the line of action there is here. She's facing sideways, right? So if we really look at the picture, how do we end up with a textured pen? Give me that G pen all day. She's holding a book. holding the book. A finger that kind of there and, you know, comes around. Don't know why we want to spend so much time on the hand, but she's reading a book. She's doing so at an angle. Maybe this is part of my problem. The chin's not pointed down.
Can you draw a life-sized 5-foot-tall Gardevoir giving forth?
Hey, Dennis. Hello, hello. Good to see you, brother. Been a minute. I can barely draw a five-foot line. Been a minute. How many trampoline trucks are we on? So this box, and it extends out. I'm trying to find it. Like finding the box at the angle. Finding the right size box for me is a regular problem. Rather, I guess is the words we want to use. Let's try with this one. Yeah, one of my regular things I'm working on overcoming here. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. I think it might be the whole sentence. Draw naked people. Don't be weird about it. I'm secretly a little kid. Never grew up. Now there is a shape here to the body. I would love to capture a little better. I don't even think I have the right of it with the angle on the head. But I'm sure if we just scratch out a bunch of lines, we'll get there, won't we? Haven't played Satisfactory in ages. Been playing mostly Minecraft mod packs. That's awesome. There's a lot of factory stuff in there too. I wonder if you're doing those. So basically Satisfactory, but a lot more BS allowed when I can use 200 different mods together. You done any video work? I know you were working on some of that. Haven't found a bounce pad and tractor mod yet. What's the point of art if you can't use your skills to draw naked people? I mean, there's some truth in that. Would love if my art, you know, was a little horny, but not a lot of bit horny. Not too horny. There's a horny line. Not sure where that line is, but it's somewhere. I don't really understand this line of action very well, other than like straight line here. But let's get the majority of the pose out. We'll just keep boxing in the torso a bit. Rib cage. You see a rib cage. We get this stretch. Now this rib cage on this side, we got a lot of the back here. This is like the back of the body. We've got here, and this actually frames the left breast, frames that side. Shoulder, small shoulder detail. The neck, huge neck muscle right here. Like it's almost deserves its own contours. How thick that is. I mean, this neck, the head's a little small now that I'm seeing it. Yeah, plus if you working on one right now, found a factory game that came out a couple days ago called Sandistry. I may have to look at that. I love a good factory game. I think because of that head size, we're also longer here. But we got a minute and 40, and we're not close to this one yet. Now this is a angle. We get, so this knee is in front of this bit here. It's coming at us just a bit. Not coming at us. That's not how you do coming at us. This is how you do something that comes at you. And she's falling over. Literally, if I line this photo up, this is terribly rotated. Like now that I'm looking, I'm leaning. This is bad. She is nowhere near this rotated. I was really not liking that movement. I was thinking a lot about this transformation. Got 9 seconds. So we're just gonna call that one. Alright. We are... Shake it out. Let's see what you say. Also, I don't know if you said anything in the past 2 minutes because God said let there be ads. That's fair. Oh, thank you for putting up with ads, those who do. It helps us keep the pre-rolls out of things. Also been learning a bit of Blender for my videos, and Lord Almighty, that's something. Blender is a very powerful tool. It used to be, I do remember, it was more than 20 years ago when I was looking at Blender for like the first time. And you know, it's still around, still building on its features, becomes more of the industry standard. Yeah, super great stuff. Also art. That's also an art thing. You'll see a lot of my, I think the new Masters Academy, one of the programs I'm working through, well, too many programs still. They've got a whole Blender course that they, you know, as 3D art stuff, and I think Blender's a big part of it. And they still tell you to go through all the art fundamentals that we're kind of working through now. When you in preparation for really messing with Blender. All right, what are we doing? We're gonna do something. We're gonna do something inspiring, something good, something fun. Yeah, the whole add-on that lets you import Minecraft World so you can try any texture pack, and it's insane. Nice. Now, Minecraft has definitely woven its way into those spheres pretty well. That's pretty cool. Okay, so yesterday we did this, and we were pretty happy with that. And it was all an inspiration of a buddy that told me you should do some Venom and some Carnage. So I'm thinking maybe I try to do a Carnage. We did a Vegeta Venom. Now we need some, we need a Carnage. We don't need, I want to do. But who makes a fun Carnage? Carnage crossover. I think Venom and Vegeta made some sense to me. I think the iconography, a lot more Vegeta than there was Venom to start, and we went in and we added some stuff. Right, my only real big idea at first was the Venom symbol in the front, and then I realized the armor was important enough. I wanted to keep it and didn't want to cover it up. We added some lines, we added little squigglies. What is a good Carnage? Let me look up some pictures over here of Carnage. Look up Carnage in the comics. And, similar to Venom with a lot more, I would call it a lot more of the tentacle stuff. A little slimmer, a little more feralness. Now we just need, I want an anime character that I want to put behind Carnage. Not a Dragon Ball. It just occurred to me as we were setting this up that there are some characters other than Venom, other than outside the Dragon Ball world that might be more fun. Also, I didn't want to do a Goku Carnage because that never felt good. My god, the images of Lego Carnage are hilarious. Let me see. Carnage Lego. Yeah, that makes sense. Just a regular Lego figurine with let's add tentacles. That's fair. Ichigo Kurosaki? Just like Goku, Vegeta doesn't work. Something wild like a Pikachu? Characters I really like would help. Going through... We've not had a lot of luck with Zoro. Could we portray a Zoro Carnage somehow? Parasite the Maxim, I have not seen that one. I think we're leaning on Zoro. We've done a mediocre job of portraying him. Now, one thing I found the other day, like if I take all of these and I group them, it adds things that are currently hiding. Like, it messes with some of the ways I've done this. So I don't think we want to mess with this illustration. I think we want to go to a new one. Let's close that one. Yeah, let's save whatever's been done to it. New illustration. You're gonna find me some reference images for Zoro One Piece. Gotao from that would have been sick. Could have been. But I don't know who it is yet. If that's a recommendation, if you think it's worth reading and or watching, I've got a huge list of things I got to get through. No promises, but you know, in the future when I'm looking around, going, I don't know what to do, what to watch. So one of the poses, like a 3/4 turn with the sword, but we need probably a more Carnage-like pose. We gotta bring out more Carnage than Zoro here. Bakugo. Actually better. Bakugo. My Hero Academia. That's a Carnage. And I have a thing for secondary characters. I would say the second character. The Vegeta, the Zoro, the Bakugo. Yeah. That's... I know you did not say Bakugo. You said Bakugan. But my brain associated properly. Alright, we gotta find a good reference image. I just need, like, the best, maybe full body image. No fan art if I can help it. Assassination Classroom is really good. I finished that one a couple years ago. I sat through and watched it all in like 3 nights. Big fan. Big fan. Alright, we're challenging ourselves with this one. We are. This is a good mix match. Mix up? Mash together? Good character mash. But finding a just reference image. I want to get something that's just full body, standing up in his costume. There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. We can go with this. We got lots to work with there. Now I want a Carnage pose. Oh, there's so much here we could do. These very dynamic poses with Carnage. Yeah, minus the movie since it looked like just a full recap of the series. I don't think you could capture that series in a movie all at once. So I could see why you wouldn't go through it. Yeah, tore through it in 2 days too. Yeah, I'd worked late shift, and I watched it almost entirely through the first night, and I caught it finished it the next day. I want to say that's what happened, but all right. So generally, what I'm seeing, some things about Carnage and Bakugo I really like. You know, this kind of eye that kind of loosely, it's not even that loose. I'm scraggling a little too much, but big mouth, teeth. All right, we've got this thing going. They don't even need to make a lot of sense. We're not committing yet. In fact, we're just on the edge of the paper, so doing too much with this will be tough, but alright. Bakugo similarly has this mask with the eyes that kind of come in. How's he do this? Right here. And they frame the face. Got this grin. Just kind of dissecting the character here. Shows the gums a bit. And that even frames the jaw here. And that's all a black. So, a little closer in. And the mouth even does similar. It really frames his whole, the whole of his jaw, the mouth does. That looks fine. Okay, so combining these two in a dynamic pose, what might I do? I think the teeth are important. I think they are like the defining characteristic. And we'll spend a lot more time on them. I think this grin, this toothy grin, is important. Both Carnage and him. The eyes are also a thing I like. And like we did with the Vegeta, we'll leave some flesh tone. But I think a lot more red. A lot more red than we had with not. A lot more red. Just period. We'll do a lot more red. That's, you know, the right colors. The other iconic bit here is everything in his hair is like an explosion. So I think we keep the hair and we make it red. We blank out the eyes. We give him that maybe we keep this shape right here, but we play with this shape a bit. Right, that's maybe where that goes. I think same thing down here. The mask, we're gonna have to do different colors for the hair and the mask, but I do think red tones will play here. Maybe black. Maybe actually just black with red hair. Have to find and fix the right jawline. Let's see. We've got this explosive missile launching looking thing he wears around his neck. What can we do there? We took up so much of the paper. Let's see. All right. I think we need to find the pose. We've got some ideas on the detail. Let's see. Sometimes YouTube has a random wave of people making shorts about specific animes. It's how I usually find all the animes I watch. I feel you there. There's been more than one example there. That's why I found Assassination Classroom. I also saw Cabanera of the Iron Fortress that way, and the anime was sick. What am I watching now? Watching a couple things. I'm watching that one about the grocery store clerk who used to be an assassin. Sotoyama Days? Soto something days? Hey, Welch. Have a good one, brother. Let's find this pose. We want to take a... Because literally the pose I'm looking at for Bakugo right now is almost the one I have for... for the Vegeta Venom, so... That one's pretty good. I'm a fan of it. We may need to do the extended jaw here. Maybe. We'll find out what fits us there. We got this pose. Where the arms are coming down on the shoulder. They're coming at the camera. Now their Carnage isn't as big or beefy, but I guess neither is Bakugo. Another at the camera claw. You know, challenge myself with hands here. I don't mind this big old knee. Definitely more dynamic pose we're sitting on. Alright, and we add what we were going to add to this mask, which is all the hair. We get the neck pieces. The X. Let's go back to Bakugo. He's got this belt, which is nice and easy to put on. He's got knee pads, I think, that stick out and make a lot of sense. And he's got these boots. Great knee pads to, like, make sure I'm capturing the character. Like, give me more of this, like, iconic stuff. What about boots? I've seen the boots a little bit in some of these photos. They're big. They've also got the circles on them. But big heels, big soles. Now the hand will be covering that up. do have a question of the grenade gauntlets, which I don't think we can ignore. They're huge, they're massive. But the claw is also something we can't ignore. So let's think about kind of how that would look. Carnage-fied. Probably do that part live. The arms are definitely going to be red. Let's put some, try to get some biceps there when we do it. And I think we need to really, yeah, okay, so this hand here on the left is definitely coming out at us. We get this cylinder here, and then we get this what's going to be a grenade. I need a better view of the grenade. Now it's only got like 2 of these lines, and then it comes in and then there'll be hand. So then one, two, claw, or I have to box this out. I really have to box this out better. Claw. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take this, copy, paste. That's a new layer now. Let's go ahead and get rid of those designs. Yeah, let's go ahead and move out of that. Transform this. Let's make it, let's give ourselves most of the page. There we go. make it blue, line it up. New layer. Whew. This feels, there's enough here that's identifiable that this feels pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited. So, start with the face. And I think there's probably a separate ink layer on this. But let's see where we end up. Now we get a little bit of space here. To play with. I want to make sure each of these lines, the teeth, is distinct and doesn't look scribbled on quickly. You just want a mouth full of teeth. Now, unlike the venom, the black lines here are going to be visible. Hey, Goner, how you doing, brother? You inspired me with a little bit of Bakugo, and in reminiscent of yesterday, we're going to do a little bit of Carnage Bakugo. So we're doing great. We came up with this fun little idea. Add some thickness to the line. Your Bakugo the other day definitely had something to do with this. Let's go ahead and get this right. So I think one thing we can do is we can make this feel like a mask. We can do that right here. Right here. Really thicken these lines. Make them come out a bit. I do like the inside lines being thinner, unless we've got more purpose with them. And there is a jaggedness to the character that, you know, maybe we show, maybe we don't. But let's go with these lines now. Gonna try not to do any of the details, any of the small details. We're gonna try to figure out what those are. We're not gonna try not to do any of them with the thick pen. It doesn't have, I gotta zoom out. This, I don't know where we're at right now. Yeah, okay, I don't feel great about the right side here. Zoom out every once in a while and look at where I'm at, you know? Alright, time to go over to our Bakugo reference and take a look at this portion of his body. He's definitely got the neck bone here, the clavicle. Clavicle. Let's start trying to use the right words. He's got this X. Which now I kind of want to frame the rest of the body on. Like this shoulder muscle. What's that look like here? So, important bit is where these lines end up, because we've got the like fragmentary line here for the fragmentation grenade. We've got it again. And then a large section that indents and cuts in. Right? No, I've done that all wrong. There are bands on each side of this. That add into the depth. Kind of needed to straighten out. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. There's a claw there we've got to think about. But let's finish this side. So, how do we do this one? So I think we kind of circle that here. It's this part of the hand, which is where the grenade goes the longest. And then we have the claw to sort out. Okay. He does have chest to sort out. We also have the X in the chest. I think we do that line a little better than we scratched it out there. We should do a little better. So if this line goes to about there, this line comes down. Give that some more thickness. What about this one here? So I'm drawing a lot of figures. Intuitively, you know, I want to like, haha, now you're here, but kind of scrunched up and forward in this position. So maybe here, and then we can bring the belt out. To like there. We're also squeezing the hell out of my arm right now. So we gotta stop that. Where's my... There it is, okay. Other big lines before I go to the hands. And I do think these circles are important. And we do the same over here. Give these lines some weight. Again, I'm squishing my thumb. We should pay attention to that. Alright, let's see if we can't figure out what our plan was with this boot. I think we're going to draw claw. We need to get the claw out. How does his own hand come out of his own? It's smaller. There's a lot of black back there. Let's say we do this. We're really looking at this thing. We get a little bit of freedom with the claw, more so than a hand. But it doesn't mean I'm completely free to make it up. Now that boot in the way a bit. A lot of things. So let's get that taken care of. Let's move that hand in a bit. I'm feeling this line a little different. And this line here. Now, what we have is probably more like this, and a lot of black. Going to cover up some of this. I'm gonna need an outline of where I think that happens. I think we're fine right here. Let's zoom in a bit. We have tools, we should use them. Alright. Same thing with the claw on this side. Similar work. I don't know what these lines are. We'll play with those when we get to painting. We also wanted this kind of attachment. Could be very Venom-like, Carnage-like in this case. So we're going to spend some time thinking about that portion. do have these boots. I guess we go back to the Bakugo reference. He's got the boots, and that's not a line that serves a boot. A lot of it hiding behind the hand, but not so much that I can just skip it. Or cheese it out. This one. How does it look? It looks normally like this. That's a big line to commit to. So how do we carnagize? More sharp spike? More blades, little wisps. Am I getting the right inspirations here? We got some line questions we're gonna have to answer for ourselves. But let's do... Okay. Let's pick up on some musculature that we see if we look at this photo. The Carnage photo. I think we want to use those as highlights when we start coloring. At least details its shape, everything. Thickening some lines. This is a very, I mean, the shoulders, there's so much musculature that shows through on Venom. Or not Venom, Carnage. And I think we're bringing down this bicep a bit. Let's see. Trying to do something with the lines so they feel a little better. I do think this shoulder comes back down. I'm trying to thicken and add some character to them. In some places. Especially some of these details. Some of the important pieces. I want them to at least have strong artwork, if not a little scratchy. Like this whole bit looks real thin. And this is a core prominent feature. Probably hiding inconsistencies this way, hiding issues. But maybe I'll find a happy medium there. Let's see. Probably have some work to do with the colors on the grenade, but let's find this claw now. I don't even have Bakugo's wrist from that angle, do I? Oh, we do. Because it comes out more. Like, is that the right? Like it comes straight up and over. And we probably have to just continue that circle. That angle of the cylinder. And then the inside. Definitely deformed. Let's think about this, because this is a shape. This is a cylinder. It's a shape we can represent. We know how to draw. All right. So first thing I think we did wrong was that angle. Let's get a good There we go. Better shape out of it. We do have a rim that may be better represented. Let's also take out this center until we're done. Because this better represented a little thinner. But also extends on the back half. Okay, all right. I think we found something there. So let's think about the claw as it relates to those lines. So like drawn directly on it or within a space. Now, one of those is the thumb. That's not even the forefront. Or did I make that the thumb? What's a thumb? This is the right hand. Thumb's on the outside. We make that the thumb with a line like this. And that. This comes up. And down. Gotta be a day we focus on hands that, you know, isn't a good hand. Isn't a realistic hand. Let's do something we're not great at, but also now it's carnage, so it's a big old claw. All right. Man, just let me tell you. Oof. we're just searching for all the correct lines right now. We're gonna have to redraw over a lot of this. Because this ain't it, son. Yeah, let's go to a layer we can mess with a little better. Actually, let's use the bathroom. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll come back. Bottom hand, good enough for government work. This hand, monstrosity. So we're going to draw it off to the side. We're going to try to put it back in. But I got to use the bathroom, get a light snack. 5 minutes tops. We'll call this lunch. All right, BRB. Okay, we're back. Nice and quick. Thank you, Dennis. I do think it's coming together nicely, too. Here's the hoping. We're going to go back to this layer behind real quick. We're going to clean up these lines. Redraw the parts of the gauntlet we deleted. And then go up a layer. See, I don't think it necessarily does this. This is a cylinder, right? But we empty out this portion. I guess it does still curve on the back side, doesn't it? Okay. So what we're going to do, we'll let this messy ink maybe start to talk for itself. We're going to go ahead and start shaving it down. Maybe redraw it in the right places. A little bit of it adds character. A little bit of the scratchiness adds character that I like. That, you know, something that should go away as we get better. For now, you know, we'll let it. We'll let some of it stay. Okay. Almost okay. So now, very soon, new layer. And let's see if we can get that hand right. This is something I want to do well. I think I need to go to the website or zoom in. Zoom in on the hand. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got a hand. Little skinny. Comes up. And there's a pinky. Bam. Knuckle. Bam. Knuckle. Bam. Little wider. Alright. We've got a short bit here. We got a knuckle. We've got a knuckle. When it comes in, we could use some of these tricks of, yeah, these are coming at us. This one's going away from us. Let's try to break this bad boy down, right? In fact, this one, you know, coming to us, but this one going away from us. Alright. There's some hand stretchiness. Kind of, you know, turned this into a line and not a painting. Part of my problem. Knuckle. Over, knuckle. Over, knuckle. Nail. And then over here, knuckle, knuckle, nail. thumb, which, hey, let's just new layer thumb behind. Big old thick knuckle, and then down to a palm, which cuts in, over and up. And that's the craziness of this hand. Let's combine these two layers real quick. And that's not the craziness of this hand, but this is what we've got. What I've got to maybe work with. So let's try stylize it a bit. Nope. Okay, let's think about it again from a different angle. What if we draw the knuckles and a line? We got a plane here. A box, maybe? Does the box help me at all? That might be easier if I just take this pinky and admit that I can't do anything with it. I see a hand study in my future. I guess I see a lot of hand studies in my future. I need to clean this up. Where are the lines? Where are the good lines? straighten that back out. I had the rotation button and not the not a better button. Okay. Alright. I think if I add a layer to this, make it blue, give it some room, also get rid of this one. We might find the hand. Well enough to put in the arm, at least. So. Sizes are wild. We have varying sizes here. I like we're adding some of the curves. Pinky's got to feel like a pinky, I think, and not a thumb. Wild. All right, let's Can I what layer is this? That's the layer I want. Oh, is that the layer? That's not the layer I want. At some point we've got to choose a hand. All right, here's what we're going to do. Let's learn. Let's do a quick study. So y'all are going to see what we're looking at. All right, what shapes are here? So, nope, gotta be intentional with these shapes. I think even if I'm finding where these are, and I'm putting, you know, nice circles around things. We've got little knuckles there. And there's some shapes I think I'm missing. Even that, like, it looks... The outline doesn't quite give me something to work with, does it? But you can see it's never quite gonna look right, especially in this simplified style. So I think I need to simplify even more. When we cheat and we just make it a big blade. Not a terrible idea. We did one hand. What if we just... How far back are these? Is our main line? Yeah, let's start labeling these. We want that to be the line art. This is the sketch. This was planning. Okay. So we can get rid of the old stuff. Put a new line on here and rethink our approach. So, what are some good... Carnage does this, right? He does. He makes blades out of his hands, right? That's a... We're not completely trashing the concept, are we? Or maybe these more bladed hands we've seen. Could we pull that off better? Like bladed fingers. We're talking about like a... Ooh, this. I've seen this before. Here, watch. We'll put it out there. We're gonna have to come back and find all these lines later. And I kind of hate to dodge the blade or the hand, but I also don't want to spend all day on it. And my last picture did lack in good iconography. I think we get that a little bit, although that might be a bit tame. Okay, let's redo the whole bit. We're on a new layer, so we'll be fine with that. It's a bit tame. We have so much space here. I want to really, maybe not the top of the page. Let's zoom back out. Really want to bring this out. We're gonna do it. I mean, if that's coming at us, like we're kind of taking crazy. I hate it. Let's not blade this. Let's get the hand. We could even, you know, use this really heavy-handed claw. All right, let's do it out here. Let's look at what we've done down here too. So we got this like claw shape, tip of the finger. Okie dokie, okie dokie. We're feeling better. I want to say by adding some lines, we've maybe pulled away from needing to be too on point. Now we thicken the wrong lines and ruin the whole approach. That's where I've spent the most time on this work today. Yeah, actually. let's find that line. I think while we're cleaning up, okie dokie, let's clean up some lines that aren't gonna show. Let's combine these two layers. And do some line work. We've got a lot of little edges in here that we're going to take out. They're not intentional. I don't want them muddying up the already confusing bits. Now there's an additional thickness to some of this I like. But let's clean up what I can. Things like right down here. Like this line doesn't need to be unnecessarily messy. There's enough going on here. That I want it all to be, I want it to feel intentional. Especially some claws coming to a point. Gotta be intentional. Okay. We'll get some of that in the paint. Let's zoom out and take a look at without the sketch lines. Okay, I see some things we're missing. Let's put those in the line work. Like these lines. know what goes here, and it's got to be a good cylinder. So we do like a cylinder there, right? Cylinder shape. Sloppily, we would do that. Alright, then we get the bottom lines, follow the shape of the outside. Let's thicken this whole thing. Now, I say thicken it up. We're going to fix some of that in color. Maybe some shading in the cracks and really bring it out. I think one thing we can also do is make this line more apparent and bring it down a bit. That's something we'll see in coloring. There was a thought on whether or not, I guess we do want to save this. I'm going to call this one Baku Carnage. We were talking about the hair. Is that something? Let's put it on. I think it's important to Bakugo's character. But, you know, will we put it on and it will look good in this bit? So I'm gonna do a new layer, so I don't have to like undo anything. And he's gonna take a good look at his hair. It does explode. So each of these lines is sharp. Not curved. Sharp. We get this little peak. And then what? Like this line here. Those aren't good lines. We don't just hash those quickly. Now everything radiates from the center, so we have like if we were to explode them out, we keep this rotation, right? Go ahead and try to erase these center lines we decided to throw on there. At least a little bit. Erase them out. We can use them on the edges maybe. But they did help me quickly throw down some lines. No, that's actually a line we did intentionally. Some of it. We'll just redraw. Segments. This is why you should use layers. Now with the Vegeta one, Vegeta's hair was black. Bakugo's is blonde. But it could easily, just as easily, be red. And red might be the color we want. Getting some good explosion colors, if you will. But those lines I drew, a little problematic. Because I did not do a layer. So now we've kind of muddied a lot of the lines, and we're going back in, we're drawing and redrawing and erasing and re-erasing. I'm just gonna get all of them right now, and then come on in and redraw. I say all of them, and I immediately saw one I missed. Yeah, the idea, one of the ideas, I'm going to hide a portion of the head. And we're going to see how it feels for us. Like, we're going to make a layer. Let's put a layer behind this. Let's take that gray. And a brush. Big brush. We're gonna see how that feels. We don't like it. We don't like it. We do think... I do think without it, we've got a better shape of the face. Let's come out. Is there anything else we could maybe do instead? Because I don't want to completely abandon the idea. But let's new layer. Let's do that thing where we, erase this. Not erase, but draw over it real quick. Put down some black now. I'll try something else. I don't know what size I was on, but what if they're my lesson from next time? Let's new layer this. Like, can we like starfish this thing? Not really. Okay. What about... like, we have the cat, but what if instead of that it was a... kind of a flaming explosive top. We can make that more Bakugo. Let's try that again. What makes this? So let's go back to Carnage. Let's draw a little bit of inspiration from some of the Wisp Carnage lines. So what makes this more Carnage? What if we look even action line? It almost looks more plant-like. What about... No. Do we have any Psychogogna purpery? Anything on his costume to pull from, maybe? I mean, maybe if we move this hair up a bit, that doesn't look bad. You can see maybe I'm gonna make sure we don't cover the top of the head. Maybe a transform. If we like shrink it in. Like a back of the head thing. We're making choices, and I think this might be one of them. And we're not going to add the eyes, but if we did, I think they'd almost fit. Okay, yep, that's it. I like that. Let's merge these two layers. Just a little bit of explosion, murder, death god hair. Probably got some line ideas here. Oof, that's a big old thick eraser. And we necessarily shouldn't just be redoing line work. But zoom out, you get a bigger picture of what's happening. Now, I don't feel like this arm is connecting down here very well. And I think part of it's this line we've attached here. We could almost move the whole gauntlet into a better place. just a bit. Let's... First off, let's hit OK. Let's cut it. Let's paste it a layer up. Now I can move it freely. We can take a step back. We can look at this angle. Like, this is wrong. Right, this is wrong. Somewhere in here. Okay. Then we come back in with the eraser tool on the layer below. We can make that a little bigger. Zoom in a bit. A little smaller on the eraser. We gotta find these lines that may be transferred from the bad cut. Put them back in where they need to be put back in. Erase them where they don't. Let's combine these layers. Rename it back to line because we lost that somewhere. Okay, I think we're getting close. Probably do some better shades, colors, lines, and tidying things up. Let's see. Okay. Where are we falling into? How are we feeling? Zoom back out. More tendrils. So that's another thought. Let's add a layer, do some lines. Not enough going on here, and line work down here is rough too. So let's start with that. Like, I don't think it's obvious what's going on down here at all. And that's something I might not be able to properly convey without understanding a little better. So maybe we can, make some artistic choices, thicken up lines, and hide the fact that we don't know what's going on. It's like right in here, we could see like a boot line there. This is probably all gonna be red and dark red. Using shades of the red, but Venom's got red and black, right? Is it? Yeah, it's red and black, and the black is used with detail. I see cracks. We're gonna have some fun with the coloring. Let's go back to that layer 2, zoom out a bit, and we can see we're going to darken up some areas. We're gonna have to find some good wisps that kind of roll out. So like this, kind of. And we want to duplicate that line. I want to do these in a few places. really stick out. Mostly from the limbs, and not the head at least. Or in the head. The hands, they do that stuff. Really need to zoom in on several of these. So like, we have a line, say, there. You know, I want it to stay close. Maybe pop out like that. And come back in here and add a bubble. Some of these radiate from the feet. Some have branches. I think they're larger than that too. I'm doing these little itty bitty ones, but like, is my tablet being weird now? Hey, Ripsky. This one looks good. Are you freehanding it or using a reference? I'm using a mixture of references to kind of put it together. Like the pose I've taken from one of the Carnage images. The outfit I had to look at Bakugo, but I wouldn't say strictly reference, but we're not ignoring them. Yeah, it's been this fun little thing. The second one I've done where I've kind of been looking up and combining elements of things. It's kind of fun. A little bit of creativity. Now here, definitely no idea where we're placing these. Like this is not, we are not copying a reference on all these squigglies, symbiote lines. I think I even got like a weird thickness to them. I think they need to be a little more bladed too. Here. Instead of blading it like that. These are so sporadic and crazy. We're not gonna, like, they're detailed and we're trying to like thicken. Thicken the whole of it. I think some of them we leave open-ended so I can do it in paint. We're not doing paint. Yeah, so I can paint it in. And I think we come in here with the line eraser. We do this in all the places where they come out. Before we pull and combine the lines again, this gives us some room. And then the blade. We didn't do that originally. But let's add it in. Oh, and the blade. We didn't do the original blade either. So let's look at the image. It's gonna be wherever the middle of this thing is, right? Like, so this is when we use the reference. We kind of, all right, where is his pull handle? It's on the back end of that gauntlet, so we're fine there. Okay, I think we're ready to start adding color. Now, I do need to. This is one thing I should be looking up how other people do things. So let me take the sketch out. Cool. Cool. I like looking at that sketch. So anyway, painting is something people do with more tools in the program than I currently do, and that's something I want to learn. What I want to do now, before we get going, before we color, now that I'm looking at it, is I want to thicken the outline. I feel like the outer bits of this might deserve a thicker line. So I've added a new layer. We're going to go to the G Pen. We're just going to kind of trace over where we're at on the edge and see where it turns, see how it ends up looking. Some inconsistencies. The thickness will be fine. Probably. Some of these cases, it's cleaning up my line work. I think it's mostly adding a stylistic edge. It'll also be easier for me to paint when it's thicker. Or I'm ruining everything. We're going to find out when we look at it. Post some of your art I just finished in the Discord. Yeah, that's what it's for, brother. There's a art section just for that. Don't mind at all. I'll even take a look in a second. I don't really post this anywhere other than, you know, YouTube or, you know, the videos or my own Discord. So it's become good use for that. Get these. Also, these lines thicken. I think we're gonna leave some of those claws the way they are. Some of these lines are getting a little too thick. But let me zoom out and take a look. Oh, yeah, no, I think that pops way better. Especially in areas we're gonna like touch up over here. Nope. There's some lines to clean up over here more than there are to thicken. Alright, let's see. What are we working on? Oh, hey! Man, 3 days, 15 minutes loosely using reference. That's something I had a lot of fun with. That looks good. I had a lot of fun with drawing directly from reference and copying what I had seen, because I'd never sat down and done it. Feels really good to put something down recognizable, doesn't it? Feels awesome. Really like that. Oh, that's an eraser. And when you go back to the correct layer, you can see all these like erasure lines. I'm probably gonna have, I should go back and clean up is what I'm saying. Nope. Let's zoom back out. Yeah, okay, let's get the outside of the head. Feel like that really needs it. See, this one I didn't want to do because I need to rotate it. So I need to take the time and just rotate. Maybe hit all these off angles. Yeah, 100%, absolutely. Okay, so this side, almost ready to color. So like, these lines I don't mind coloring in. Or, you know, thickening up these short ones. But now I'm a little worried about like this long one here. Yeah, just following that trail. Maybe I do it in pieces. Try to taper it. Maybe take my time. Now if I come out, the different thicknesses tell a story. We could maybe do varying thickness on these lines. Even that little bit of flare there, we just repeated on the other side, feels pretty good. But I think the key is the variable thickness has to be intentional. Alright, we can even add some of that around here, see how that feels. This looks more like a tree branch than a proper tendril. I don't think the circle in the middle helps that much either. So let's take it. Let's do all of that. Rotate that around and yeah, tell you again about the reference. It was just a random YouTube video that I felt like gave me permission to just look at something and try to draw it. And then I knew that I could do a thing. Felt really good knowing I could draw. I might not know where all the lines are and where they're supposed to go yet. But if I could figure that out, I could do my own really cool things. It also taught me that, you know, as long as I'm willing to spend the time on something, you know, in the case of my first several copy references, 'cause I did a few, they were like 2 to 3 hour pieces. You know, as long as I was willing to dedicate the time, I could draw something pretty cool. Kind of like I'm doing here. We're just kind of taking our time. And that's one part of art that always got me, is I kind of want to be able to draw quickly. We're not there yet. I need to be able to draw slow first, I think, but I think we keep thickening, we'll overdo it. Even though some of these lines look really good. Thick. Some of them I don't want to touch. Things like this I want to clean up. I think these wisps are a pretty good idea too. So in some of these places, let's curve things around and put them in. In other places, let's clean up the line. I need to combine the layers because they're existing on different areas now. So I gotta be able to erase the right things. I think I'm ready to color. So we go behind. How do I want to do this? We're gonna steal some colors. So that's the trick with all skills. Why am I not already an expert? I've been doing this for almost an hour. Yeah, I feel that one at my core, gun fingers, right in the core. Personally, the advice that helped me the most so far is not to be scared of failing. And that one I understand intellectually. But it's really hard to give yourself that to make it okay. It can be tough to let it be okay to fail. I've struggled with that. I've got plenty of friends who struggle with that. I'm always telling them it's okay to fail. You're not a failure, you're a beginner. But man, embodying that is also tough. All right, like my line, cleaning up a little bit of line work here and there. It's not gonna solve the major problems. It'll make me feel better. It'll make me feel just a little better, but I think I need to do the coloring. All right, so some colors. So I think like with the Vegeta, there's gonna be some important pieces to the outfit. I almost think we can keep most of his colors on the clothing, and then skin is red. I think even skin is skin. This part, I want to keep the chin and maybe the neck skin color. So let's do. I gotta grab some references for colors. Let's put them on the page. Which reds do we really like? There's a lot of different options for Carnage, and so finding a good red here feels important. And some of this is like a red that's been toned down from like the photographs or the scanners. So I guess it doesn't matter strongly. That's a watermark. It's somebody's fan image. Here, we'll tell on ourselves and we'll bring our reference in. It's like telling ourselves. We're not telling on ourselves. This is what we use for the pose. These are essentially the two reference images we've been using. What I want from them, first and foremost, is the coloring. So we start with the shirt. I think we're going to layer the hell out of this. So let's make sure everything's correct. Bring these two layers down. Are these the right ones? Yes. That makes this one the first color. Go to the brush. We make it big. So what I did yesterday is I kind of colored in. We did say we wanted skin color here. I would color in the major patches. And there's a process that somebody else uses to this. I don't know yet. But I would color in the major patches of everything and then erase what was hiding behind it. Or, erase where it wasn't supposed to be there. So if we say keep the uniform color. Kind of have to pee. We're gonna have to get up. But there's so much art to do. I haven't used the paint bucket tool. I think that's like paint bucket tool and lasso is something other people do for sure. Is that all the black we're copying? It's all dark gray we're copying. Take a look at the picture. Is it black or... So he's got this whole outfit's black, but it's represented with a dark gray and then a black. So what we're gonna do is allow for a second darker layer. We're gonna call this one darken, and it's gonna darken the spots. Kind of light coming from the left. They have very similar shading. I'm not too worried about where I hit. How accurate my shading is right now. I'd almost rather the shading highlight forms in the muscles and worry about if I've got it right yet. A whole bunch of studies on on lighting I want to do. So like right there, we can highlight a chest. And then we come back in with the eraser, and I think not just the eraser, the lasso tool in this case, so I can get like straight lines. Delete button, deselect. In this case, zoom in, move, mem. Let's see. We're gonna need to erase selection. Oh. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I know we did yesterday. It was mostly this. Like, just come in here and erase it. Kind of relying on our thicker lines. But let's use that bathroom real quick. Let's use it. Again, come back and fix this, or work on it. Okay, let's try something else. We're painting and erasing and painting and erasing. What if we painted? And then we came back. So, let's think about that. We want red. We want the red. The main red. Does this work? Is this gonna be a layer? Start a new one just in case. Yeah, I think that works. See, in some cases, we're painting over the things we were going to erase anyway, and we may save ourselves some time this way. Oh, that's a thing. The line work, we did this to ourselves, has gray on it. We gotta find that. What is erasing if not painting over in white? That's fair, but we're also painting in transparencies too. I essentially need to get rid of that. And if I do this that way, and that way, and that way, we'd need to essentially repin in the gray. But what if we hit that tool again but change some of the tolerances? Like, what if we didn't take all the black? Okay, we took all the black. I don't want to refer to multiple. I guess it is visible enough to redo. Oh, look at Mr. Fancy with his better than MS Paint image editing tools. That's fair. That's fair. We are so fancy. Oh, you know what? Here, we got like, let's go an additional layer. I mean, when Photoshop first came out, it was definitely all about like the layers. That was something I'm surprised MS Paint still doesn't do. Like, I'm surprised MS Paint hasn't evolved. Like, make the default software that comes with Windows good. Is that a hard concept? That's one of the ways Mac has been, super successful. Is their defaults work pretty good. Okay, back to coloring. Always like, all right, where's the red? In fact, let's name this. We can even red. Like that layer red. Made the switch to GIMP a while back way better? Yeah, absolutely. But for some things, at least for a while, I preferred MS Paint because it just worked. It just did the things I needed it to do. And it did it better than, loading up GIMP and using more complex tools. Sometimes. Very selective. making a lot of work for ourselves this way. What, you know, if we took our time with like an outline, what would that look like? Or, what button's this? W? Prefer multiple? What if we just did this? And then brush. Aha, we're learning. We are learning. What is it? Add brush. W. And that tolerance is adding some of the big ticket areas in. Alright. Well, that's fun. What about deselect W here? 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 E? Big E. Okay, that's gonna make it easier to do a thing. Let's go up in size, since we're just selecting. What about... Okay, so we've got a new coloring tool. We're using that for now on. In fact, it might be better. It might even be easier to do the whole thing. Here, let's add some tolerance to W. W E. Like you can see, it's leaving us some lines, but it's getting me. It's making it a lot easier. Especially with these nice thick black lines we've got going. We can even come in here now and clean up the detail. Now, if we'd started with this method, we wouldn't have any cleanup, but let's start from the bottom. See a little bit of gray there. Okay, W shift. Let us kind of find these areas. Holding shift. E, bigger. You can see where it's, you know, fades in the transparency. We've got some work and some touch-up still to do. But in reverse, this is going to be much easier. I was just talking about tools people use. Yeah, we got some red to do in the tentacles. We'll come back to you. What do we have? We zoom out. Zoom in. Alright, we've got the claw to do. First, I guess the big stuff. We didn't get all the red in here. It applies thicker with each stroke, so we've got to go over some of these multiple times. A little bit of bleed there. It's a little easier. Draw over and then come back to the edge. Erase. Well, let's get a good deep coloring. Painting? Coloring? Do a little bit of both. Okay. We've got the red. Let's get the darken layer. Now the darken layer doesn't exist necessarily where there's not paint behind it. But we're going to clean that up now so that when we apply other colors, we can darken with a different shade. And that's a nice tool if you haven't messed with it yet in Clip Studio. Darkening a layer. Come over here. I'm gonna make sure to pick up my pen every once in a while, so that when I make a mistake, it's not a super long line, especially when you start going back and forth like that a bunch. These lines. Just realized we also got to do the tentacles. They got to be a nice red. I think this part of his outfit's orange as well. We've got that to do. See, we got a little bit on the darken layer. Clean up. And back to the gray. See some spaces we didn't really get, and then some spaces we still need to clean up. And then once we do this, we'll be using our new painting method almost exclusively. So that'll save us some time. This is the red layer, right? Let's just double check it. Alright, so what I want to do, get all the red in. There are some places it needs to be thicker. What is this going to work for us? Kind of. about with a pen we blacken that out? We paint over the black we just drew because we didn't really want it. What happens if we deselect it all? It's nice and thin. Touch up. I say touch up, but give me some better reds. Alright, I think we freehand some of these a little better than if we tried to select them, at least for the little tentacles. That's why you gotta lift your pen up once in a while. Go back and erase those in a second. All the little extra lines. Now, I will be focusing on painting at some point in this journey. We're definitely just mashing together enough color to make the point. But that's taking a lot longer, you know, than when I would have first thought about how long, you know, putting two colors down. I guess two colors. We're putting a red layer, then we're gonna do a darken on it. I don't know if you know this, there's not this much red on a Carnage. Oof. I want a big one, but I don't want that big. You see it's kind of smudged. And I want to get one good color on all this. I don't want to see the streaks if I can help it, but maybe I need the bucket tool for that. Okay. How are we doing? One more. I feel like that's black and red. I don't want to put claws on it, so it's still a boot. What color? We got like an orange for his vest. Let's do skin tone. Let's start putting layers on, our names on this. Skin. This is just red. Dark gray. Gray. And if it says dark, that's the darken layer. So skin color. We kind of like keeping there some skin tone on these. Let's go ahead and highlight where we think the skin tone is. Use that huge ass brush. And we're done. Is that about right? Just gotta darken it, get rid of all of the... Oh, you know, paint bucket tool. Pop, pop, pop. Alright. Similar vein. We want the white sections separate. I don't know if this is how we color with all these layers, but we are going. So W, pop, deselect everything. And the teeth, get the white. Probably easier as a brush. I think there's some points of the teeth that could use some touching up. Deselect. Yeah, the select tool didn't quite go into all of these spaces, but we've got a solution. Okay. Those are the places I think there are white. Now there's some more outfit colors. I'm going to get the lighter shade of each of these. Let's go with, call that gray. This is kneecaps. Kneecaps. Because we already have a gray on the board. W, bop. Bop. Brush. Now, he's got some orange that's on these kneecaps. And it's on the bandolier. I think we can keep the same selection. So we'll say the layer. The layer is the word I'm looking for. That feels more red than orange. It's the right orange. Which doesn't mean we can't mess with it, but it means I'm thinking about it. Let's just go with the correct greens. Let's say correct greens. Let's choose some greens. Where else is he green at? That's kind of it. We didn't include all of the parts. I mean, that immediately feels like a good green. We'll do some shades in a bit. Light gray. Yeah, I think we're getting pretty good at... Nope. Let's see, we're getting pretty good. Let's reselect that. I see some parts that aren't so green. I'm gonna darken them up because there we go. They were opacity. They had an opacity. G again, no, W again. We're gonna select. Oh, hey. Did we really leave this back here? Nothing going wrong with this gray. Didn't catch it. Didn't catch it. Or we undid it at some point. Control Z'd it. Anyway, this kneecaps section is becoming an armor section. Let's go ahead and get all of these segments. And I think, yeah, up here too. Are those oranges well on the inside? Yeah, they will be. I think they're all the same gray that we have here, so let's grab those colors. Make sure we paint enough to get past the opacity. It's interesting. Every stroke seems to reset the opacity a bit. I don't understand completely what's going on. But I guess I get it enough. Let's see, behind the white, if I pull that behind the white, we put the black lines where the mouth is. This is a space we want. Colored in. See, look, just gotta keep the thing down, I guess, because when I pick it up and start again, there's an opacity problem. Alright, let's go in and fix this with a finer brush. Maybe a pen. Maybe that's my problem. I want solid colors, not brush strokes. Some of those grays are in the whites. I can see what my pen isn't getting after. And we're gonna have to go up here. Just do some darkening around the points. And then come back out and see what we did. Yeah, good enough. Oh, you know, we missed a big red spot. Not that last one. We'll come back to that one. Again, red. Brush, that red. Real big brush. I guess real big pen. We will need to come back, but let's think about the dark gray pen. Let's make that a pen. Some spots to pick up. We do need to think about where we... Oh, this is the dark gray. Let's not paint there. We do also need to think about where we want to shade the red, because that's a concern. The red itself actually shaded heavily with black, and then just black. Like if we create a new layer, we make this darken and we go black. So you brush it. W. Can we get just the red layers? An actual brush, intentional brush. How much? I mean, just this is going to be the artistry portion. Like, do we? Large portions of the hand, you know, we shading. Right, this is not Venom, right? So we wouldn't want to like do it as wide as this. I'm thinking out loud, trying things live, but it is definitely a part of the character. Just the black and the, it's not like that much. Okay, so I'm thinking a dark red first. Let's actually just do a shadowy, darker red. Or we can put that in wherever we think light's going to be a problem, or, you know, not be present. Maybe give it the rounded edges, right? We hit all the highlights here. Well, anti-highlights. Alright, we do quick. Give the head a shading. You know, some of these tendrils, some of the portions of them. Help the claws get an edge. Nope. Yeah, even darker in some places. Give it some real shape in places. Especially places where it looks like a paintbrush. Brush, actually really deeply right here. And here. And anywhere else. Cool. We still haven't done what we need to do with the boots. So let's think about the boots. We're going to call that one, you know, red shading. Whew. I think black boots. And just a black underneath. So like well, I guess the bottom of the boots is orange. So let's give that the orange. But the boots, they could totally be black. I can lighten it up a bit. So the outlines are there. But otherwise, I like it. All right, let's go back to the red. Let's go back to the red shading. Nope, we don't do that because we got to shade actual red. Okay, now we can go to the darkening color. Now we can play with it. Okay. All right, let's go with the skin dark shading. We're gonna grab this color right there. Much like the other colors, we can just how's he do it over here? Yeah, not much. We don't want to go too heavily, but I do like the idea here on the right side. Make that a sharp point. And then I want to say just the right side, because we have a lot of shade coming down here. Oh, I see some just red darkening shading I want to clean up. Cool. There's a line here I want also cleaned. A nice small line. Alright, we need some more orange in places. I was putting that under kneecaps. I think that's orange, that's orange, that's orange. The whole bottom of the boot. Let's go ahead and paint pen. Get a big pen, get the color. Okay, now is there a shading on the orange we like? Is there a shade? Not really. Let's go darker. Create a new layer. This is going to be the shading layer. Darken that. Just trying to think about where the boot darkens. We're going to grab the other oranges and make some decisions. The greens. There is definitely some darker greens to play with. That's the one I want. Oh, zoom out. I guess this is fine if it's combining them, because we're dealing with a black here. Now this one, this is rounded. There's highlights and depths on each one of these. So like it almost follows the black line, right? If I'm thinking about this correctly. There are parts that are entirely shaded in on the inside than the outside. So let's think about this circular object. I could probably get away with completely shading in, say, this side. A little bit over here. Same thing over here. There's a light. We've been treating light source kind of like it's over here. And these grenades, if you will, have a shape. So we do still get some depth this way. Maybe that way. For keeping it simple. So I'm trying to. Cool. All right, what about the dark gray? All right, let's pull out the camera. And let's start finding all those wonderful grays that we're gonna add shadow to. So I think same thing here. Like we keep it simple. say they did this. We're gonna shade that in a second anyway. But this intentional shape here, we gotta start thinking of our own, on our own terms too, on what we think is shaded. Like clearly this whole inside here is being shaded by the rest of the device. A little bit shaded by the face. We're gonna have some shading because this is round. Two colors, not a lot of shade, not a lot of particulars. I'm just gonna follow the line of any existing shading we have. I'll try to give form and shape to it. I'm thinking about how this top gets shaded. I almost feel like all of it, because it's the inside of a circle. And then what about the blades? I kind of like adding a little bit here, like this. It gives it kind of an edge. And then maybe hone that edge down. I'll zoom in on this because of course there's sections here that need to be colored in still. Okay, zoom out. What are we at? How are we feeling about the project as a whole? Anything, anywhere that super sticks out to me that needs to be wrapped up? This red shading over here. This was probably when we were still using the brush for what we're doing. I don't think these get to be the highlights we were initially thinking they were. I think what we're kind of missing now is a lot more black lines on the body. Kind of look at the Venom over here. He's a lot of detail in the black lining. Save that. And we're missing it. But there's an amount we could add that ruins just everything. Like, the more detail I throw onto this, let's just, start making some examples. Like, he's very, very shaded, say, like this. honestly, as I'm putting down these lines, they're not bad. Maybe a little rounded where it's a brush. But even like just thickening some of these. Need some more taper. But a hand is, you know, covered in kind of this detail. I don't want to confuse the shape of the hand. And I'm glad we're on another layer. We make it all a little sketch-like, at least the black and red. We're not losing anything. If anything, I'm really enjoying where it's going. If we leave off the costume, and leave the costume kind of the bright colors that it is, but let the scratchiness kind of overtake the symbiote parts, the Carnage parts. Maybe we have something. Alright, parts of this are really coming together. What about if we zoom in on the face here? It does play with the shadows more, but not just the shadows. It also plays with the shape of the face. Okay. We're making some progress. Suck at drawing hair, and it is annoying me. Me too, buddy. Me too. If hair could just do what I want it to do every time. Problem is, I don't know what I want it to do. Alright, so going back and doing the erasing on some of this is also helping. I think I've shortcutted most of the hair I've done, or we've not done the full bit of it, or I've copied it exactly from reference, and erased it and copied it, and erased it and copied it, and erased it and copied it until I had something. I don't want to put too many more lines on this, because I'm starting to feel it. Oh no, where are the layers? There it is. Some of these layers are meshing together, but let's clean up the outline on some of this. Just kind of staring at it, seeing what I see. Let me zoom back from it. Take out the... Oh yeah, no, I think we have to keep those lines in there. Are we done? We might be done. I don't want to keep scratching it up with the kind of chaos lines. If anything, I want to take some of these out. Yeah, they don't all make sense. You know, following the muscles, if you will. But I like them. Let's see if we can't put a couple more down in places that feel right. I like the outlines, you know. So I think they're definitely working wonders as an outline to him. cleaning things up where I think they should be clean, but we're adding a lot of outline. And we're really gonna have to look to see if this is really what we want to do. Especially with lines like that. Zoom out, zoom in. I'm not a huge fan of kind of what we've done with the X. Let's see if that cleans up any. Finishing touches, at least. Finishing touches. Where's our line? Can I? That's an eraser. And we want to get rid of the red. That might be the red shading. No, wait a minute. It's at the... There's a layer here. I gotta find it. There it is. Kneecaps or armor. It's under armor. Which means we need the gray back. We're using the pen now, not anything else. Kneecaps is up here again because it's right there. Dark gray. Pen. Let's increase the size a bit because we're just darkening up that square. There's some oddities with the light. I think what we can do... No, not like that. So I would say outline the pecs. The pectoral. In here. But we're getting weird. You're not getting weird. We're fine. Trying to pick all the right shadings without overdoing it. Because we're definitely in danger of overdoing this thing. But we did add a lot of new lines that maybe need some shade. Okay, right? We're feeling okay? I guess we kind of want this painted in a way that matches its surroundings. So we can add this shade here. That'll clean up a little bit of our It's a thing. It's a choice we've made. What do we feel? How do we feel? We take it off. We take it out. Oh, there's also the gray shading. I don't feel good about most of this line, most of this shading. And why is that? Well, other than it being just kind of wrong. I want it to... Where's that dark gray at? Come here. Now back to, well, no, dark gray. Let's keep the dark gray. I have an idea. What if we just let that be an outline of the chest real quick? And go back to the kneecaps layer. Go back to the shade of the kneecaps layer. Back to dark gray. We're not losing our colors. You're losing your colors. Our layers. We're losing track of layers. And then this one. That one. There we go. Just a shortcut that won't break our brains. We won't think too hard about it. You know, maybe we can add a line. Let it kind of outline the chest a bit. We're playing around in a space, but most of our details in the carnage, and I think that's fine. We might even, here's one more coloration. Let's add a layer. Let's call this lighten. The last thing I want to do is give some additional dimension to a couple of the more prominent see, does this give it a circular form? Feels like it takes away a bit from the color. Like it takes away more than it adds. Maybe if we only do it right there. Most prominent location. Okay, I think we're good. I feel good about this. I don't know if there's any places I would adjust. I have a message. Who knows how long I've had a message. Oh, alright. Let us finish this one up. So, finish it up. We, of course, get rid of anything wild. I don't even know where that gray is coming from up here, but we're about to, it doesn't matter, we're about to select it out of our space. Alright, save Bakugo Carnage. Let's go ahead and export that as a single layer. We're gonna post it. That's awesome. I'm fucking excited. Oh wait, no wait, we need to put our paper back in. Any craziness now that I've added the paper? We do have a black line down there. Who even knows what layer that's on? I wonder if it's on the line. It is. Come here, Lasso. Alright. Save as. Yes, we'll replace it. Export. Single layer. PNG again. That's it. All right, we wrapped up. We wrapped up something fun today. We did a little fun. We just get down and we start drawing something from the imagination. There's some things I would do to fix it. I would do some things better, but otherwise, I started and finished the project. That feels really good. Thank you, Ripsky. Thanks for hanging out today. Oh. Stretch it out. Well, I guess we'll post that on the Discord. We have a good thumbnail for today's video. Dudes. Thanks. Hello. Welcome. I hope to see you again soon. Keep working on your art. Feel free to post anything. Get the channel. We're outroing. We don't really have a big outro. We're just gonna head out. We'll be back. We're Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Central till whenever we're done drawing. Which today was a little later than normal. Awesome. We kind of honed in on a fun project, found a fun character for the second half of this project. Rock on, dudes. We'll catch you around. Hey, good having you too, Ripsky. Want to see some animation in however many years you've given yourself for that goal. Look forward to seeing that development. Buttons and goodbye.